Yo, 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 what's up? Happy Friday, happy Friday. Ventrix, let's see, I need to finish some customer work. Hopefully you can finish it and then do some Friday game dev. Now it's time for my 4-hour game dev today. And as I said yesterday, we're gonna leave this one as it is currently. We're gonna call it quits. I think it's A-okay. Especially for the use we're gonna do initially. We're just gonna use it for the eyes on Sten, so they're gonna be tiny. It looks awesome, man. Thank you, appreciate it. It's definitely a few steps past acceptable for a first iteration, so I'm happy with how it turned out. I haven't really decided how thick I want this one to be in the Y direction either, but we'll see. We're probably gonna randomize that one as well. Fuck, that's true. Maybe we want to randomize this one and this one and stuff like that. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna add this as eyes to Sten. I think we're gonna skip the eye sockets, so I'm talking about these. I think they make things worse, honestly. One thing as well. When we simulate the background of this one, then we don't want to have outlines on it. Or when we simulate the background of this one, we do want to have outlines of it. When we use the scene background, we don't want to have outlines, because I haven't really solved that problem yet. We're gonna have to do it in the future if we want to have see-through objects that has outlines. I think we should be able to fix it in some way. I definitely hope we will be. So yes, we're gonna randomize the eyes of this Sten, and like randomization of visual properties and non-visual properties are going to be a big thing for these creatures. So this is like randomizing the number of eyes and how they look for Sten. If it were just for Sten, it would be pretty trivial, but we want to build, like, this is going to be the first building block of a big visual property randomization system we want to build for all the creatures. So for Sten, it's a number of eyes. For some other creature, it might be the number of horns. For Sten, we might have visual properties like how tall it is, how broad it is, how deep it is. But on another creature, it might be how thick separate bones are. So variations, 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 and this is just the first building block. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do with this shader is we are gonna add this one back, but I wonder, can we do... It would be beautiful if we could do... If we could just put this whole pass in a compile like this. I don't know if that's possible for... What is it? A shader feature. I mean, it should be. But we're gonna do simulated. So we do, if background type is simulated, then we add an additional pass that writes the normal to the texture so we can get some nice outlines. Honestly, I don't know. No. Let's do some Googling then. Or maybe asking AI. But let's see first of all. What is it? Shader feature. Add additional render pass with shader feature. HLSL. Ah. Vintrix's first error of the day. Yeah, it feels good to get that one out of the way as early as possible. 10 minutes in, minus 5 minutes of starting soon screen. Declare your features with Prima shader feature inside the pass block. Is that how we want to do it? Maybe it is. Yeah. But I wonder... Yeah, we probably want to have it within HLSL program, but... Oops, what I'm worried about is... maybe it's okay. If background type simulated... We have it as simulated now, but I don't see an outline. Oh, yep. So this is not enough if we want to have outlines. We also need to change... fuck, we need to change... we can... It would be nice to have opaque here. We can probably fix it. Let's get to that one. Let's do it now. Vintrix. I'm gonna wipe the client's whole database now. Och. Unity engine rendering mode. Let's see if this works. Let's take this one and see. Do we have... What do I think this one would be called? It would probably be called Render type Q. Render Q. Background geometry, alpha test geometry, transparent overlay. What I'm wondering is, can we do it here? Render Q. Background. I would love, let's see here. Let's see if we can find an example of this instead. Can we use if-def here? That's outside ageless L include as well. Because I want to do, if we're gonna have a background, if we need the scene texture, then we want it to be transparent. If we're gonna simulate the background, I want this one to be opaque and this geometry. Probably not. Thank you. Oh, fucking beautiful. Fuck. Come on, man. Why wouldn't this be possible? Okay, maybe not by... Okay, maybe not switching it by property, but like a shader. Change shader tags based on shader feature. Then we have a pass here. Fuck, do I want to skip? Okay, let's ask ChatGPT. I want to hear what it has to say. Change sub shader tags based on compile flags or render shader feature. Good question, thank you. No, you cannot directly change subshade tags like render type based on Pragma shader feature, Pragma multicompile, or any preprocessor defines in HLSL. Okay, this is very good. Why not? Tags are part of the shader lab layer, which Unity parses before it compiles the HLSL code. Okay. Okay. Possible workarounds. Multiple subshaders or passes with different tags. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something like this. But I wonder if one do a workaround like this, like what happens with this subshader? At runtime, is it an empty shader that takes up any processing time, or is it like culled because it's empty? Because if you do it like this, the subshader and the paths are still going to be defined. It's just that the path is not going to have any content. Yeah, we can set it by script as well, but I don't want to do that. But you know what? I think we might just, like, I just want to do this because it's a simpler way than like, I pretty much just want one setting to control multiple different things, right? One setting that controls multiple variables, but it's all towards one goal, you know? Simulated background or scene texture background. So I don't want to do this. I mean, we're almost already doing this. Thanks to this. So here we have an empty path. Okay, but let's do this then. Is it possible to set sub shader tags by properties? Yeah, I understand that they are runtime data. Or are not runtime data. Okay. Okay. That sucks. So let's just do... But one sec. Render queue can be set, can't it? Queue, what did we say here? Geometry. We can set render queue here, can't we? So now we have outlines. Now we don't. So I guess this isn't defined as a property. Okay, let's open up this one again. How to set a shader in HLSL in such a way that one could set render type, or actually let's set tags from the editor. Fuck. And you do it as a shader feature here. Do they do anything with it? Can be overridden via script. I don't want to override it by script. Okay, fuck it. Let's just keep it like this. And then we're gonna do render type equal to actually, I'm just gonna add it as a to-do in the issue. So it's pretty much, if the background is simulated, handle this object as an opaque object. If the background is derived from the scene texture, handle this object as a transparent object. Shouldn't be too hard. Handle render type and queue in cell shade class with content based on background. Future me will get that, I think. Okay, so we changed this, and we added this. I'm probably going to implement this with multiple different sub-shaders then, I suppose. Or just different classes. Different sub-shaders, probably. Just because, like, we're going to use this material. Sometimes we're going to use it with a simulated background. Sometimes we're going to use it with a scene texture background. But let me just commit this one, and we're going to move on to some C#, hopefully. Okay. Okay, fuck. How do I want to implement this? I'm thinking we want to put it in creature definition. In creature definition, we're gonna define creature visual property or something like that. Creature let's start. We're gonna add a new issue here, but I'm gonna be vague. Weird that this one doesn't show up here. Or did it? Okay, we're gonna do it like this. I'm gonna add an issue that is implement creature visual property variation or visual variation. Implement creature visual variations. Visual property variations. Implement creature visual variations. And then we're just going to rename that issue when I can think of a better name. Every type of creature will have X number of visual properties that will be randomized at instantiation and vary between entity. Ish. Okay, we're just gonna put this one here. I'm not entirely sure. It's not set in stone how I want to implement this one. So we're gonna wing it. We're gonna move slow and expand on it as we go, and hopefully that will give, or that will start to shape like a picture of how I want this setup to be in the end. So the idea is that we have a creature definition here. So much like attribute generators here, we have visual property generators. And here we can have multiple different generators. So for this one, it will probably be generate object or generate mesh with material. Generate X mesh with material on this position, and then we define a 3D shape in some way. So probably we will define, for Sten I would probably want to do it such that, I don't know if we want to have, I mean, maybe it's cool if we could have like 2 eyes here and 1 eye here, but maybe that's a bit too weird as well. It's going to be hard to see, look at them as eyes, but my initial thought about this one is that we define a face. So for this one, we will have 6 faces. 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, then the backside, bottom, and top. And then we generate 1, 2, I don't know, 4 eyes. Or first we randomize which of this face will get the eyes, and then we randomize how many eyes. Then we Yeah, and then we start randomizing how the eyes look. So the colorization of this thing within, and how big they are, and so on. So maybe let's make an example here. Examples. Example for eye generation for Sten. We do, or do we just do A, B? How do we do 2, 2A? Or how is it? Let's see here. Nah, fuck it. We're gonna go with the. I guess this is the official. Intrigues when I catch myself in GitHub docs, I question my whole life sometimes. Don't you enjoy them? Okay, I gotta give props to the design team for this documentation. I love, like, there is nothing here that doesn't matter, pretty much. This is like the old web I miss. There are no bells and whistles here. It's a nice, dark background. And then just highly relevant text. It's very pretty. Vintrix, yeah, I love GitHub, but the problem is me. Okay, that's relatable. Okay, so let's do it like this. So eye generation for Sten. Randomize which side the eyes should be on. Forward, back, left, right, top, bottom. Randomize the number of eyes. Randomize the, okay. Say for each eye, Okay. Randomize size. Set random seed in shader. Randomize position. Something like this. So randomize side. Fucking hell, it would be pretty cool. We're gonna start simple and build on top of it. So we're gonna define 6 sides here in the setup. So it's gonna be this one, etc., etc. So first we choose which one of those that should be the face side, and then we randomize the number of eyes. So here we want to add a lower and upper bound, and then for each eye randomize size, lower and upper bound, randomize position. We're gonna have to make sure that they don't spawn on top of each other as well. So when it comes to this one, I'm thinking of doing it as a brute force, or maybe brute force with an upper bound. So we try to reposition it. We randomize the position 3 times. If none of those works, we skip it, which means that it's going to be skewed towards a smaller amount of eyes. But yeah. We'll see about that one as well. Okay, let's start with this one. I think this is good. So before we actually implement, or before we decide on a system for this, or an implementation for this entire system, we just implement a few creatures, and so we have a few set of systems and examples of how it will work as a starting point. So let's see what we can do about this. I'm thinking about, so randomize which side the eyes, like this part here, it makes me think of particle. It makes me think of the particle system and shape. This one right here. Do we have access to these, or are they tied to the particle system? Like, could we define, because basically what we want to define here is 6 planes, right? So it's going to be 1 plane here, it's going to be 1 plane here, 1 plane here, and so on and so on. But that's just for this stone. For another creature, it might be a cube here and a cone here, or whatever. Or you can think, if we want to randomize the number of horns on the head of a creature, you might make a half sphere and randomize a position on that half sphere. So me having to redefine all of these shapes myself, I love reinventing the wheel, but if we have access to it, it would be nice. Unity shapes. Ooh, then we're probably gonna get Freya's package. So let's see here. Unity, particle system shape. Particle system shape module. API. Yeah, it's particle system dot shape module. That's the shape module. Okay, beautiful. We actually have a plane. Here we have some stuff. We have plane. Do we have cube? Penicil, it is very pleasant to listen to you and watch your dev process. Appreciate it. And thank you for the follow as well. And enjoy. Okay, plane is good. And cube Unity. Primitive type cube. Yeah, that's just an enum, right? Yeah, that doesn't give us anything. Primitive objects, no. I don't think we have. So we have a plane. Am I gonna have, like, let's see here. Let's ask chat again. Does Unity have representation of mathematical shapes like plane, cube, and spheres? That's a very vague question. Let's see what it can do with it. Okay, that's true. But it feels a little bit random to... so for plane, we use the very nice struct plane. For sphere, we use bounding sphere. That's a little bit... Can I get... Okay. The fuck? Like bounding sphere, here we're moving away from basic mathematical structures. This feels like it has a bit more of a purpose. Sure, we can use bounds for our box cube. Ray, that's just a line, right? Rect, very similar to a plane, but it has limits, you know. So if a plane is infinite, rect is not, I reckon. And then we have these. I don't care about those. We're just going to do this mathematically in code. We don't want to have scene representations of these objects. We have colliders as well. That's true. I don't want to do that. It's a lot of math structs. Plane, bounce rate. Okay, yeah. Summary. Yeah. I guess we could implement this ourselves. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be... So much like we have util math geometry, we have some line and stuff like that. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, this could be good to have in the future as well. I just want like very basic representations of mathematical shapes with as little or with as few bells and whistles as possible. The main purpose of them for me right now is I'm gonna want to generate a random point on this plane. And actually, when I think about it, this is not going to be an infinite plane. It's more going to be a rectangle, actually. I'm still reluctant to implement it myself. Rect Unity. A 2D. Oh, yeah. This one doesn't have... This one is in the XY plane. Okay. One sec. I just need to check plane Unity. Okay. Fuck it, let's do it. So we're gonna add scripts misc. Yeah, misc. Structs, distribution point, range. Do I want to keep it in misc? And I'm also wondering, so I want to define it would be nice to have a structure that defines a plane with optional limits, but we will see about that. Dot misc maybe. No. Game shapes. Or do I want to have a misc here? Yeah, maybe we can start with it. What is the best way to define a plane in C#? Can be infinite and finite or finite, and will be used to generate random points on its surface. Fuck, does this question make any sense? Excellent question. Yeah, I guess it does. We need a plane that represents either an infinite plane, a finite rectangular plane bounded in size. Is lightweight. Can be used easily in Unity. The fuck? How does it know this? Oh well. Custom plane origin normal size. Yeah. Okay. Yo, what's up, Spires? Hope you had a wonderful stream with the quest system, if I'm not misremembering. And happy Friday. Happy Friday indeed. Vintrix, sometimes ChatGPT does backflips. Holy shit. Yes, indeed it does. It's crazy. So, but what is the best way to define a plane in C# that can be infinite and finite and will be used to generate random points on its surface? I just wanted some pointers. It just adds these. It needs to be lightweight. Okay, sure. Can be used easily in Unity. Nowhere did I specify Unity here, but yeah, of course. My previous question probably brought it in that direction. Yeah, sometimes it's fucked. Holy shit, get basis. Get two orthogonal tangent vectors to define local plane space. Beautiful. Random point. Get Okay, so infinite plane is when we have this one. Okay, beautiful. Finite, half x, half z. Random range. Contains. Okay, I like this. I like this so much that we're gonna grab it, but I want to rewrite it a little bit. And one thing is definitely gonna be the name. So let's see here. We're just gonna call it plane. Origin, normal, yes, yes, and size. Is finite. Is infinite. Size of x. Right. So if this one or this one, then it's infinite. Plane, origin, normal, size. normal normalized. Sure. I don't know what it is about this, but I'm not... Like, if I can avoid out parameters, I do it. I'm not very fond of it. And this is just basically creating, generating tangent and binormal from the normal. Very similar to what we do in util math geometry. Actually, just util math on the shader side of things, right? Generate tangent, generate binormal. Which makes me want... I think we will probably never need just one of these, but I think I'm going to replace this one with... get... Oh, one sec. Forward. We have the normal, we generate right, and then we do the cross product. I mean, yeah, I would call this one up then, I guess. Like, for me, forward is the normal, right? Doesn't that make sense? If you have a plane and you would define forward for that plane, it would probably be in the direction of the normal. So yeah, we're gonna do get tangent, return normal vector 3 up, vector 3 forward, normalize. Is there a reason to normalize this? I don't know. Okay, and then I want to do private vector 3 get by normal. Return just to double check one thing. Can the cross product between... This feels like a knowledge gap to me, but can the cross product between two normalized vectors result in a non-normalized vector? Yeah. Yes. Exactly perpendicular. Okay. Okay, true. Uh, okay. Hmm. Okay, very good to know. Hopefully I won't forget it again. Yeah, fuck, we even normalize it here. So okay, now we know. I know. So we're gonna normalize it. But here I just want to return vector 3 dot cross. But can't we do dot normalized? Cross get by normal, then we want to send in tangent. Normal, tangent, normalized. So we're just gonna have get tangent, get by normal instead of get basis. Random point. Ooh, that's true. Yeah, I wonder how we're gonna solve this. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Eventually. We're gonna have right tangent forward by normal. One sec though. Yeah, we're gonna tangent by normal. Rand this and yeah, we're just gonna have to decide. Should we be a little bit coy and just let C# float max value? Or is this fucked? So if we have an infinite plane, we just do float rand x equal to random.range float.max value. But yeah, the difference here is pretty much just that these. So here we do max value, here we do size. So I'm wondering, this is a vector 2. Actually, now when I think about it, okay, so when they did right and forward, I don't know. And we're just gonna do right and I want to do it like this, I think. Mm. I wonder. If I think this is good. And then here we just do offset.x, because in my mind, the normal is forward, so the tangent and the binormal, they make up the xy plane. So this makes more sense to me, but yeah. Random point. We're gonna make a fuck. I've been googling this. Like, I would like to have some hierarchy here, but it feels a little bit overkill. Like, we probably want to have... We want to define shapes. That's like when you learn about polymorphism in programming, I don't know, hierarchies. The shape example, that's like a textbook example number 1, isn't it? So you create a base class that is... Actually, is it... Maybe it's in... you could do interface shape, and then you have plane, circle, etc. implementing it. But then you can have base class, rectangle. Fuck it. Contains. Check if a point lies on this finite plane. Ooh. Very cool. Damn. Hmm. Distance. Actually, we do the dot first. That's true. Point minus origin. Actually, I'm gonna call it this. Do we need this more? No. I'm gonna do mathf. Let's call it dist. Okay. Hmm. Okay, let's see here. Let's utilize this one now. So in if we take a look at the quick example again, randomize which side the eyes should be on. So in our creature definition, we want to be able to specify these 6 planes using this struct. Like, when I think about this one, I get back to, over and over, I get back to the fact that I want to build this in a modular way, i.e., do I want to define this as a pipeline? So for every visual variation of a creature, you have a pipeline, basically, or yeah, a pipeline where you do something, and so you have a start node which generates an output. It has some properties and it generates an output. Then you take that output and put it as input to the next step that generates something, and on it goes until the end where you actually have something. Like, how would I want to define this in my creature definition? Yeah, I mean, we could do it like this. So, like, straightforward, we do creature definition, attribute generator. We're gonna need to have one sec. Do we only have creature and creature definition? Mm-hmm. Um, but then we would probably need scripts, creature, and then we do visuals. Generation. Yo, what's up, Jax? Yeah, it's pretty basic, but it's still pretty cute so far. It's gonna be even cuter soon, I hope. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday, by the way, Jax. So we have creature visuals generation. Let's just fucking wing it. let's create an empty C# script here, which I name creature visual generation. Because then one could think that we have something like this. Let's see. Namespace, game, creatures, visuals. I want to call this one and then we have something like, this is the base class, but then we can have like, I don't know, public shape or this one is actually spawn shapes, public object spawn, or so we do something like this, but I don't know if it's modular enough. You could also do you define creature visual property. Which could have, like, is this better? And then we have creature visual property. Yeah, and then instead of these, you have game. This is probably better. So you have game creatures visuals I don't need to define that, but you have public class visual generation rule. Or constrain or visual generation module. We can use the name from the particle system. So you have visual generation module. So then you have public class visual property generation, or visual property spawn module, or just module. And then you have public class visual property position module. And it's these we define in the creature definition. So one could think, I'm really trying to make sense of this. So in this example, we have a visual property position module here. That given a set of shapes returns I mean, from this step forward, it's easy. Then it's like this. So we have a visual property size module, visual property position module, and a random or a visual property shader property module. So we spawn an eye, send it into the first module, then the second module, then the third module, and we get back a game object that has been randomized based on some setup. But what all of these have in common is that they all, like, this is one game object we're altering here. We're altering the scale of it, the position of it, and the shader property of it. But here it's like, we're not altering an object here. We have 6 planes and we want to randomize, we want to get one of them by random. And yeah, here we have a range and we want to get a number in that range. You know what? Maybe it's okay. What if we, yeah, maybe we define this inside of this one. But then what do we do for this one? because we can define this position module in such a way that we return that we just randomize the initial index once, and then we always use the same of these. Okay, so this one we can probably pack into this one. Now we're just gonna have, but this is, yeah, this is true. Okay. So we're gonna have a visual property generator. It's gonna have a reference to a prefab, I think. Oh, yeah. It's gonna have a reference to a prefab. We might change that eventually because some of these visual properties might not be prefab related. But the initial one is gonna have a prefab reference. And it's going to have and that's going to be the I. And then it's going to have a list of modules. I think. So we're going to define this here later on. We can start here. Okay. Creature visuals generation. We're going to change this one to generator, right? I think we're gonna call it visual property generator. Game creatures visuals visual property generator. And it's going to have a public. We're gonna just start with one here. Game object prefab. And this is the first thing I don't care like that much, because here we're gonna have a range number of or range of visual. Let's just call it range. And then finally, we're going to have a public. You know what? We're going to make these private. Here we're gonna have visual property modules. So then it is we're gonna get to the generation soon. Yo, what's up, Diligence? Happy Friday. Sunshine in Denmark. Honestly, I'm locked into my office that has no windows, so I have no idea what the weather is outside. I'm in fucking grind mode, man. But internet tells me it's cloudy here in the south of Sweden. Unfortunate for those outside. Fuck, let's name it this creature visual generator. We'll name it. Actually, no. Generation. Visual property generator. Diligence, damn, an office without windows. Actually, it's like a big walk-in closet redone into an office. But that's the way I like it, man. Fuck the outside. Yeah, we're gonna start with something like this. Yeah. Generation, folder, modules. And we're gonna call this one visual property module. And this is just gonna be the base class. I don't know. Maybe an interface is better in this case. Yeah, we're probably gonna go with an interface, I think. I can't think of. Yeah, we're gonna go with an interface here. Diligence, home office, that's nice. Yeah, if this was an office, if this was a company office, it would probably go against like regulations. I don't think that's allowed, honestly. Offices without windows. It shouldn't be, at least. Wintrix in North Germany, it's cloudy too, but my office has windows. Hey, look at you. An office with windows. Damn. Public interface visual property module, and we're gonna just create a method that is apply prop. I wonder if we just want to apply, oops, game object visual property or visual object void. I wonder if this is everything we want. Diligence, my first office was a basement room. Fuck, that's true. If you have your office in like a server. Ah, that's true. But I mean, most, like, basement rooms can have windows as well, you know, those thin windows at the top of the wall. I don't know what's most depressing, one of those basement windows in your office or no windows at all. Wintrix, my first office was my garage. Garage. Garage is still a little bit fancier than walk-in closet, I would say, isn't it? Depends on if you still have your vehicles in it or not. Getting high on the gasoline every day. That's probably against regulations, though. Okay, visual property module interface apply, and then we're gonna have position property module, or visual property position module. Wintrix, in winter I froze into an ice block while coding. That was just because you didn't code fast enough, man. But that sounds painful indeed. Yo, what's up, JD? Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Visual property modules. I actually want to do something like this. This might sound weird. Oh, I want to rename this one as well. We're going to rename it I. I like my interfaces to have a fancy little I in front of them. And I'm going to put this one here. And I think I'm gonna try to name it something like this. Visual property module position, maybe. But the class is not going to be named that. That's just a file. Here we're gonna have a long namespace. It's going to be game create features.visuals.module visual property modules, maybe. Is this weird? Public class position module. Unity. I want to get Unity particle system shape module API particle system dot shape module shape. This is good. JD, it's been a while indeed. I think progress is, you know how it is. It's moving in the right direction at least. Diligence for a Viking, I handle cold really bad. I like to tell myself that I handle it really good, but if I'm gonna be honest, it's probably the same here. Okay, so position module. We're gonna add some nice settings here. It's going to be serialized field, private, game dot misc shapes dot plane. Beautiful. No. Shapes. Shapes. Can't we do it like this? Oh yeah, we don't have we don't have a master shape just yet. Oops. So let's add a, I always forget, C# struct interface should be okay, right? Beautiful. JD, what have you added since the grass? Is it really since I did the grass you were here? Damn, I should have a list somewhere. I can probably dig through my commit history. But since the grass, fuck, that's a long time ago. I think we were working in Unity 21.2 back then. So since the grass, we have pretty much refined every single system in the game. We have added actions, improved terraforming, terrain rendering. It's a long list. Doing the grass, snow, and some water stuff. Okay, yeah. So the snow was pretty recent, right? That was this year. Since then, we have moved over to gameplay related stuff. So we have mostly been doing like action system and entities, and now we're currently doing creatures. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna add a... We're gonna add a... eye shape. Did we actually... Shapes, okay. Did we call it on plane? Get random. Get random point, plane. Okay, beautiful. And then visual property module position shapes dot eye shape shapes. Position surfaces or something like that. JD, cool. I'm excited to see it all come together. Same here. Same here. Do we just want to call it shapes here? Yeah, maybe. And then we're gonna have a flag as well. Private bool. So as I said, in our example here, we just want to randomize the side where we want to have the eyes once. So if we are going to generate 4 different eyes, we always want to spawn them on the same side. So we want to do randomize shape each every time. Yeah, and position module is going to implement property module, and then it has to implement void apply on a, what do we call it, visual object, I think. Doesn't really matter. So here we do if shape index is less than 0, or randomize shape every time. If so, shape index is equal to shapes random should be yeah. Random range, let's see what we have. Oh, this is so beautiful. Maximum parameter is exclusive. So random range 0 and shapes dot length. Oh yeah. We just do it like this. There we go. And then we're going to use this one later on. And we're going to use it like this. Let's see. This is position. So visual object. We're going to do it like this first. Vector3 position is equal to. But then we have to remember, we're going to have to be working in different spaces here. So we might be generating something in object space or world space or the other way around. We're going to define them in object space. Yeah, we're going to define them in object space. Hell yeah, we're going to define them in object space. So when we define the planes for this one, it's going to be... So if we scale this one or rotate it and stuff like that later on... that's very true. The things we generate here, we want them to be... So think about this. We want them to be deterministic, or is deterministic only related to time? Anyway, I don't want the order of these to affect each other. So if we randomize the scale first, that should affect the planes where we spawn the ice. If we do it the other way around, yeah, we're gonna place the ice first and then we scale everything, including children. We're gonna have to worry about this one, or keep in mind this one, but it should be fine. Diligence, can't wait to see in game what you made since I last saw it. Probably looks... Weren't you here pretty recently? I don't think it's that different, unfortunately. my shorts over on YouTube are always pretty up to date with how it looks visually. You know what, guys? I'm gonna run and grab a new cup of coffee before we continue here. So be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that, but I need my coffee. And damn Samsonite, putting me on the stop espresso machine, AeroPress. We don't do any fancy stuff like that. We do, I think it's called a drip coffee maker, maybe. Just old school, black. But then I'm gonna be honest as well, I don't drink it that much for the taste, I drink it more for the effect. But I don't know, drip coffee, maybe it's a good way to do it. Diligence, by the way, your game is so beautiful. Thank you, appreciate it. I don't know if it will sell well or blow up when it eventually is done. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's continue with this randomization process of visual properties for our creatures. Where were we? Position. Yes, so what I want to do here is, I'm going to call it Position OS. I like this syntax. It's very shader-like. Is equal to shapes shape index dot get random point, and that's our Position OS. Makes me wonder. When we do apply here, do we... I'm gonna have to think about this. JD, do you plan to have a playtest? Definitely, I plan on having many. But I've learned enough to never state when it's going to happen, because honestly I can't tell. I don't know how long time it will take until I have something that could be playtested, but I'm gonna have multiple eventually. It's gonna be very bare bones the first time around. Samsonite, I bought a cheap automatic espresso maker because I get exactly just 1 cup whenever I want. And it's pretty quick, isn't it? That's what sucks with my solution. It takes a few minutes. But yeah, that sounds nice. Yeah, like 30 seconds. Damn. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so when we get the random point here, I'm wondering, so basically, at this point, we have this eye. That's the object we're trying to place. And we're trying to place it on a plane here. The plane is very... Damn, it's very related to the object in question. So I think we're gonna have to do this, but this makes it a little bit uglier, honestly. So we're gonna have game object root, and we're gonna have game object. Now we're gonna have transform root, transform parent. I think. Our parent we don't need, but root I think we do. But maybe we want to define that in shapes, actually. Yes, probably we do. I'm trying to make sense of this. You know what? To make sense of this, we're gonna do this. Probably want this one as a game object, actually. Okay, we're gonna do this. Creature definition. I'm gonna make creature definition. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a private void on draw gizmos. But I'm just gonna have to double check if entity. Yeah, we do this one here. Protected void on draw gizmos. Did we just override this one then? Yo, what's up, Apukas? Hope you're having a wonderful Friday so far. Ah, never mind. I don't know how I want to do here. I guess we're gonna do it like this. So what I want to do is, in our creature here, I want to add on draw gizmos, but we're gonna make it protected, override, and base. Okay. Okay, because what I want to do now is I want to draw my planes here. So I want to draw plane, this one. Can we do on draw or gizmos? One sec. Pukas, pretty good Friday. Finally, the weekend is close. Miss the good sleep. It's important to get the good sleep on weekdays as well. But my Friday is wonderful so far. Thank you for asking. Nothing to complain about at all. Okay, I guess we're gonna do a draw line sort of thing here. What I want to do is I want to draw this plane as gizmos, and then we're gonna try and transform it and stuff, and make it always appear around the creature. So I guess we can do public vector 3. We're gonna have to get the, or have this on all. Maybe we can just do this actually. Public void draw the bug. Or draw gizmos. And then we get the tangent and binormal, and then we draw gizmos dot draw line. Two points. Zero 0.5. See, 0.5 minus 0.5 times size. And times minus 0, yeah, minus 0.5 size dot y. First line. Second line. Third line, I hope. One sec though, I might have fucked this up. Fourth line. So this is how we want to draw it, but I want to get these as points actually. I want to get these as points because we want to transform them. So I want to do something like vector 3 get bound points, maybe. The problem is, how the hell would you define a method like this for a sphere, for instance? If you do it with a sphere, nah, actually, I think we can do it with a sphere as well. We just do it. We just give back the 4 points where it's the quote-unquote thickest. Maybe. But still, I don't know, but we'll keep it like this for now. Okay, I think we want to do it like this. And 1, 2, 3. Yes. Get bound points. Okay. So then in creature, on draw gizmos. Here I want to do. Oof. Then we want to go through. So when it comes to these visual property modules, I wonder if we want to do. Oops. For each visual property um, yeah, it's a question of how we want to draw this as well, but for now I'm just going to do 4. True. Yeah, let's put it here. Oh. Let's be explicit like this, and module in definition dot mod. Yeah, we don't even have it here yet. No, that's not what we want to have. We want to have visuals property generator. Like that. So that's what we want here. Or here, I mean. Okay, so then we get a visual generator, and then we can go through, then we can just do debug on this one. Generator dot debug. Okay. Okay. So let's see what we have. Any errors? Okay, so then we take this creature, we have the definition here, visual property generators. Oh no. Visual property generators. Okay, we might want to check that one. One thing I wonder here, though, did I screw up creature definition? Visual... No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna take... this one. I haven't even done it in... made it into a... let's fix this one. I don't think we have done this or created a prefab out of this one just yet. So we're gonna do that first. In fact, sometimes in the near future, I will probably, like every day, I'm itching more and more to do a proper skybox implementation. I've been wanting to do it for a while. And I'm extremely tired of this color scheme we have here. This is good. This is ugly. But it would be very nice to have a proper, like with clouds and stuff like that. But that's probably gonna take like over a month to implement. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, so let's create a prefab out of this one. It's just a sphere. Maybe I want to change this one to be creature Sten eye model. Oh, really? Do we have fucked UVs on this one? Probably yes. Okay, let's go with sphere then for now. Okay, whatever happened to the content? Fuck. Okay. We don't need no collider on this one. Creature, Sten, eye, prefab. What the fuck? Are we getting the correct? No, we aren't. It's just... Where are we? On this one, it definitely looks like we're getting the correct refraction. The fuck? But it's probably... I don't know, maybe. Huh. Ah, fuck it. Okay, so when it comes to the creature definition, we're gonna add the prefab here. Why do we get an error now? Because this one, okay. If modules null or modules length range between 1 and 4 eyes probably. But okay, we don't have our modules here just yet. So let's see if we can get them in place. Visual position module. Ooh, I don't know how we want to do it. Can we do system.serializable on an interface? No. Makes sense. Position module, here we put it, and then in generators here and here, we don't want to do serialized field, we want to do action handler. Okay, dynamic entity. Animate entity. Here we go. Abstract selectable, probably interface selectable. Is a better name in this version. Okay, modules, we add one here and it works. We get an error position. Hmm. Randomize. Like this drawing here is, it's not working very good. Randomize shape every time. No. Debug true. And then we get an error. In shapes, yes. If shapes or shapes.length return. Shapes here, we need to fix this one as well. So we're going to take plain, serializable, good. Let's take this one and put it here. And then we have shapes here. List empty, element 1, plane. Okay, beautiful. What's with the selection like this? Come on. Oh well. Position module, shapes, plane. Okay, so this is where we define the planes. Origin, normal size. Origin 000, normal 1. And this is also where I would love to start seeing gizmos appearing, I guess. Somewhere around here would be nice. But we're not seeing anything. Could be... yeah, okay, I get it. Oh, okay, I fucked up the points as well, but that's okay. Okay, good first step. Draw a line. So if it's 4, 0, 1... oh yeah, we want to go around, that's true. -1. Okay, that's 1. Okay, great. Do I normalize this one? I don't think so. We probably do. Okay, the problem here is that we're drawing it in the center, like world center. Everything about this one is in world space. We want to make it into, or we want to make it depend on the object that's currently like drawing it. So bound points. We're gonna have to transform these into, so we're gonna say they are in object space. And we want to transform them into world space. Oh fuck, having them in object space is pretty good. But when we draw them, we want to transform them into world space. So when we generate something new, we want to generate, so when we get a random point, we want it to be in our object space and add it by object space as well, I reckon. Yes. But that means that in debug, we need to have, we need to send in something that makes it possible for us to calculate or transform object space position to world space position. So yeah, we're probably gonna, when we do the debug, we're gonna send in transform parent. And so when we draw these points, let's see here. And then we do parent.transform point. Okay, great. So if we do now, if we go to stand definition and we do 0, 0, and then if we change the size of this one to be like this, we want to add some offset as well. We could actually do open. We can open it in prefab mode. And then we have our 5, 1, and that's pretty much it. 0, 5 maybe. So I don't know how visible it is, but you can see we have a plane here on top. And then we can do, let's change it a bit in size. Fuck, we can make it fit this one pretty great, I think. Oops, that's not the one. The only problem I see is that we're gonna have different, when we change the mesh, we're gonna have different setups for each mesh as well. That's gonna be even more messy. We definitely don't want an eye to spawn here or here. So That's probably okay. Okay, so that's one. Let's do... Good. Now we add a second plane. And we can get an eye here or here. I think that's good. Oops. Something like that. Okay, 2 more, then we can start testing this shit. Yo, what's up, Mr. P? Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Do you have any concept art of the creatures you want to build? Yes, for a few of them, although it's extremely simple. We might or might not refine it before we start modeling it. I don't know what it is, but I like to wing it a lot of times. I'm having a easier time winging it while modeling than drawing sometimes. That's not the one. Let's bring it, oops. Or maybe, and 2, and then we make it a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. 4, 5. Maybe this. Okay, that's pretty good. Something like that. Maybe. I mean, it would be pretty cool if we could define. So we're doing square shapes right now for our spawn points. But I mean, maybe we could even do a shape that is a mesh. So define a point here, 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 and here, and just spawn it somewhere in here. Yeah, that's something we can do later on. Yo, what's up, Fabic? Hope you're having a wonderful Friday, Fabic. Or 0.4, that's a little bit too big. 3, something like that. 0.01. Okay, something like that. I think we're gonna save there and go back. Fabic just woke up, so yes, sir, how about you? Nice to hear. Did you have a productive night? And I'm good. I think we have done quite a lot of interesting stuff today, so I'm happy. Okay, so now we have our spawn areas here. Fuck, I wish I implemented it as a mesh initially. Maybe mesh is a bit over the top, I guess. Or is it? Okay. So, creature awake. Let's see, creature, we're gonna remove the eyes here. And then we're gonna try if this spawn method works. So we have our planes, that's our position module. So this is our prefab. It's gonna go through position module. And we're gonna need to send in, fuck, I'm wondering. No, it's gonna be local position, but we are gonna need public void generate I don't know how we want to do. For now, we can just do generate transform parent. And then we do this. And then we do instantiate in world space false. And I'm a little bit worried about this one. And then for each module in modules, we do module dot apply visual object. And apply for this one then will be visual object dot loc transform dot local position. But I know that we will get some... If we scale the object, this won't hold, I don't think. But let's see. So the idea now is that if we play here, I'm probably missing something. But if we play here, I hope that for one of these sides, we generate between 1 and 4 eyes. And we don't care if they overlap currently. Yes. I don't think we are seeing anything. And we're not getting any eyes at all. Yo, what's up, Fabic? Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate it. Making my already good Friday even better. I wonder... why we're not seeing anything at all here. One sec. I know why we're not seeing anything. Awake, we're gonna wait until protected, override. For each Fabric, great to hear that. Definitely 100%. For each game.creatures.visuals.generator in exactly this. Let's just take this one. And then we call, do we have a function here? Yeah, generate. Generate, and we send in transform. Okay, now we will hopefully get a few eyes. Oh, we do. They are a little bit too big. We can see here that we got we got 4 eyes. Let's just try and see what happens if we change 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Okay, yeah, it's something. We have a little bit of improvements to make here. Currently, they are colored exactly like... Oops. Let's say that we got this instead. Would it be nice? Ish. Probably want to put them down a bit as well, I think. Pretty cute, pretty cute. We probably want to scale these in this direction as well. I'm wondering if 0.05 say okay. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I think this can become really good eventually. And then we're gonna generate... I wonder if we're gonna... Yeah, we need to make this one instanced property as well. Probably make... Okay, it's gonna look pretty good, I think. But okay, we got a few steps to go. One sec. Back, sorry about that. This is starting to take shape. A few of these are going to become extremely ugly, I reckon. I wonder how it would look if this one... I guess, depending on how we define the properties, we can probably make it so that they are always cute. But I mean, I don't know how cute this is, for instance. It's almost a little bit menacing. Who the fuck wants to have this creature in their home? Just laying there watching with their weird little marble eye. Hmm. If it were to have... Fabik, what will happen when you poke a creature eye with a stick? Probably gonna depend on the creature in question. If you poke Sten in the eye with a stick, the mood is gonna be reduced, but there really isn't anything else Sten can do, unfortunately. We could have gotten one that looks like this as well, and that's a bit weird, isn't it? I wonder how many limits we're gonna set to these. I think something like this is probably the best. Although why... Why do we have different... Oh yeah, that explains it. Crazy to see the shader in game now. Yeah, it's looking okay. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. A little bit too much highlight though, I think. But okay, let's see here. So what happened? Yeah, we wanna randomize the scale as well. So in our definition here, we have a position module which is pretty good. The problem with it currently is that we can, let's see here, visual property module position. We just randomize a position here like this, and then we just set the local position to be this. Oh, one more thing. This is going to be part of a scriptable object, so this one is a little bit... Ooh. Which means that all Sten creatures that are being generated, or all generations using this module with, like, this one will be saved between... Ooh. That's not good. Yes, that's the thing. We don't want... Like, we want these to be structs, pretty much. We don't want to change. These should have no state whatsoever. That's extremely important when we do these modules. So then I'm just wondering, how would we solve this one then? Randomized shape every time. We can use time. We can use a time seed, I think. So what I'm getting at is, this one is defined in a scriptable object. We only have one instance of a scriptable object. So when we generate the eyes of one sten, shape index is -1, everything works as it should. But then when we are going to generate the eyes and stuff like that for the other sten, then shape index is already set, which means that we will be using the same side for the next sten. So all sten will have the same sides, but this one will still be randomized though. I think. Random range, yeah. Okay, so that is extremely important. We need to keep that in mind. Are we gonna work with seeds and stuff like that here then, or how would we solve this? Are we gonna have to solve it? Is this an unsolvable problem if I define it like this? We want this module to be stateless. But we also want different values here depending on the caller. Does that make... Yeah, okay, we can send in... We could send in a seed here. And use that one to get a random number. And if we don't send in a seed, we randomize the seed every time. Yes, I think that's how we're gonna do it. Fuck yeah. Or... Let's see. Vintrux now rewrite everything in assembly. Pass. I have mad respect for assembly programmers. I've done I think at most I did like a calculator in assembly, a stack based calculator. God damn. Okay. Shape index. Could we? No. Or could we? Let's see here. Did we have Unity random? Random. Oh, yeah. You have something like states. Yes. Or yeah, we can use this one, right? I don't know how thread safe this is, but we could fuck this, we don't want to state, and then we just in randomized shape every time, like we save the state of the random, and after we have gotten a random point or in shape index here, we put it back. But that makes me wonder, random point here, this one also uses random range. Fabric, you can view how your code will look in assembly in Unity. It works for jobs. Don't know if you can do it with every script. And that would be very cool to see, actually. Wintrix, okay, now I have time for game dev. Nice to hear. Enjoy. And good luck. What is on the to-do today? What I'm afraid of, if we do this, if we grab the state here, and then we do this, and then we do this, and then the next time we get to this one, and then we reset the state here. That means that both this one and this one will be the same. Vintrix creating a new project. What? Why? What's wrong with the grass and lawnmower? I don't know, I need to find some concept that is fun. I don't know. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I don't know if we can solve this with a stateless module. Yeah. We probably could. If we do... We could do something with seed and use something from the caller. Clark King, you can have a module manager and manage state there to allow load and unload dynamically. I don't know, like... These are just gonna be generators, pretty much. But I want them to be able to generate some type of pattern if that's their setup. It should be doable without introducing additional classes, I think. So it's this one, for instance. So if this one is false, then we should only, when we do random range here, we want to get the same result each time. In the random here, we don't want to get the same result each time. It would be beautiful. Matthew, 0 AI code included. We definitely have some AI code. I would never let it generate it and insert it automatically, though. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Clark King, for generators, I tend to use an iGenerator interface with a configure and generate methods that give flexibility to inherit or directly implement the interface. It's something similar we do here. The idea is that we have a visual property module interface here, and we just have apply and debug currently. But it's like modules that alters the game object in some way. Currently we only have a position module, so this one sets the local position based on something. And I want to be able to define these here in visual property, or in my creature definitions, which are scriptable objects, because this is where we define how they will visually look. And we can also see the debug of the position module here, these red squares. The eyes will only be able to spawn within these. But yeah, Fabic, damn, did YouTube remove my link? Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube with like the default settings, which don't allow any links. If you send it to me on Discord, I can post it in the YouTube chat. I'm gonna take the time someday soon, I hope, and just go through those settings, maybe even add like trusted people that can post links instead of just removing every link. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I think you're on to something. In this case, we might get a bit more control if we use Microsoft's random instead of Unity, right? That is true. And yeah, so one more thing with these visual property modules. So the reason I don't want them to have any states is because they are unscriptable objects, which should be stateless, right? But. Okay. In some way, I'm 100% sure we will be able to solve this. Unfortunately, it won't be today because I have to run. But just to summarize today, I think it went very well. So we have started implementing the generative part of the creature generation, pretty much. So just each creature should have a unique visual identity, but it can be minor things as number of eyes or eye color. And we have started implementing this system, hopefully in a good way. We'll continue with this next week and maybe even touch on more or different creature related stuff, like maybe even starting their brain. We'll see. But thank you so much for watching. Thank you once again, Fabric, for the donation. Appreciate it. And have a great weekend, everybody. And hopefully I'll see you all on Monday. Peace.